Good evening, everyone. It's May 28th, 2025. Welcome to a City Council meeting for the City of Mableton. Happy to see everyone in attendance tonight. Welcome staff as well as our council here this evening. All right, we got quite a few things to go over tonight, so I want to make sure we are spending a requisite amount of time on each item, but that we're being a little brisk because we do have some other items that we want to get to tonight as relates to IGAs with the county. So that being said, Madam Clerk, it is 6:49. Would you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Owens.
Present.
Councilmember Ron Davis of District 1.
Present.
Councilmember of District 2, Damian Oladapo.
Present.
Councilmember Keisha Jeffcoat of District 3 and Mayor Pro Tem.
Present.
Councilmember Patricia Alk of District 4.
Present.
Councilmember of District 5, TJ Ferguson.
Present.
And Councilmember of District 6, Deborah Herndon.
Present.
Quorum present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, Councilman Davis, would you please provide a brief invocation, please, sir?
Yes. Heavenly Father, we just thank you, Lord God. We praise and we bless your holy name. Father, we just pray right now that your mighty hand and your spirit rest upon us as we guide this city, Father God, as we direct this city in the way that you would have it directed, Father God, that it will be a shining city on a hill, Father God. And we just pray right now that you give us the guidance that we need each and every day, that we will do what's right in your eyes and the eyes of the residents, Father. We just thank you, we praise you, and we honor you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Councilman Davis. To our council staff and members that are of the community that are here with us this evening, we are in the co-motion room. This room is notorious for not having very good acoustics. So at some point in time, it can be a little bit hard to hear, so apologize if we have to repeat anything. The air conditioner is off right now, but when it comes on, you will know because it will get much harder to hear. So I just wanted to make note of that. So if you come to the podium, please make sure you're speaking directly to the mic. With that being said, I would like to ask everyone to stand if they can for the Pledge of Allegiance and for our Mayor Pro Tem and Army veteran to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
The United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that, ma'am. All right, members of the council, we're going to go right into proceed with the agenda. As item 6 is our public hearing. We have several items up for public hearing this evening. We're going to go through those. Madam Clerk.
Approval of the agenda. Approval of the agenda. With some changes.
We're moving right along, as I said. All right, council, you've been provided a copy of the agenda prior to coming to the meeting tonight, but I do understand we have a change that we want to make to the agenda. So,
Yeah.
Councilman Oladapo.
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda with the exception of deferring item 12D, an ordinance creating Article 5 subdivisions under Chapter 8, Buildings and Construction of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances, deferring that to the next meeting, and also moving up item 12F to the first item under new business.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and duly seconded. Any discussion on this? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the agenda with the amendments made by Councilman Oladapo, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. No opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you. With that being said, we do our approved agenda. We will move into our public hearing. We have 4 items for our public hearings this evening. Madam Clerk, are we ready to proceed with the public hearings?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. So for that, we have 4 public hearings this evening. What we're going to ask is, as we go through these, the first one is a special land use permit 25-001. This is Swarms Football Club, LLC. Our Community Development, Michael Hughes, is here. Mr. Hughes, you want to speak to it? And then we'll go into the requisite hearing for those folks who may want to speak for or against this measure. The floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and City Manager. Christopher Wheeler, who's our Planning and Zoning Division Manager, will actually make this presentation, so I'm going to defer to Christopher and go ahead and let him walk you through the special land use permit.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. How are you this evening? Those in attendance. Yes, this item before you is requesting for a special land use permit for the redevelopment of 3598 Marathon Circle. The applicant is the Swarm Football Club, represented by Mr. Kevin Moore. The applicant is seeking to redevelop the existing soccer fields into two new soccer fields that includes a 35-seat stadium, as well as 1,210 parking spaces. Again, the subject property is located in a heavy industrial area. Current zoning is heavy industrial. The surrounding zoning of the properties within the immediate area are heavy industrial. Again, the applicant is seeking a special land use permit required by our Code of Ordinance that any private coliseum has to get a special land use permit from the city. This item did go before the Planning Commission and was recommended approval of 12 conditions. Staff was recommending approval as well too. The applicant is here to do their presentation. Therefore, you may open the public hearing, Mayor.
Thank you. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. If there's anyone who'd like to speak on behalf, please. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Just by way of introduction, my name is Kevin Moore. I'm here and represent Swarm Football Club in this application for a special land use permit, and very much appreciated and am honored to be here on their behalf and honored to be in front of you. It's good to see some familiar faces and some new faces as well, and appreciate this opportunity for this application, your consideration. This is an application for a special land use permit. It covers 14.8 acres located on Marathon Circle. You may not be familiar with Marathon Circle, so let me kind of give you a reference point for that. Where this property is located is on the far northern portion or edge almost of the city of Mableton. So east-west connector as it approaches its intersection with Powder Springs Road. If you're heading north, if you look way over to the left, you've always seen, if you've ever gone that way, you've seen the large white tank farms is what I call it. That is the tank farms for Colonial Pipeline, as well as Marathon Oil. And so they have a very large and substantial facility there where specifically Colonial Pipeline has Atlanta Junction, which runs the gas from the Gulf all the way through Atlanta and up the East Coast. And that's why this property is at the rear of that tank farm in a street that's called Marathon Circle, which comes off of a light traffic signal on the east-west connector. If you've been that way, you're familiar with the movie theater, the AMC movie theater that was there on east-west connector, which was recently closed. That's the location, that's the signal and the traffic light where you would enter and come down to where this property is located. On the screens that you see before you is the rendering of the proposed soccer stadium. I think this is the best visual so you can really see what's envisioned by Swarm Football Club, and I'll go through several of the items here for your consideration, but I think the visual of seeing what this would be in this location gives you the best concept of what you can expect and what is trying to be accomplished here. This property is undeveloped right now. It is, however, used as soccer fields. There's a couple of soccer fields and parking. They do host professional games as well as practices at this location, though it has limited facilities. This application is about redeveloping this site for a professional level, high quality soccer stadium that will be the home of 2 professional soccer clubs. That's what this plan is all about, is raising the level of what can become at this location and what can become in this immediate area for the community. We are proposing a 3,500 seat soccer stadium that you can see before you in this specific area. As Mr. Wheeler stated, the immediate surrounding properties are zoned heavy industrial. But then when you get obviously to the east-west connector, you have the commercial areas and retail areas that are along this section of the east-west connector, but importantly is Traymore Park. Traymore Park is also very proximate to this location. Traymore Park is home and has been home for a very long time to soccer as recreation, soccer clubs and leagues. In fact, I used to take my daughters there to play soccer for many years. And it is home to a community of soccer. And I think that the synergies that we believe that can occur, this being an area where soccer is well known, where soccer is played virtually every single day and night, that synergy with having a professional level soccer stadium such as what is proposed becomes very consistent, very fitting, and very telling about what can occur. The proposed stadium will have full concessions, locker rooms. It also contains a large plaza area for visitors when they come to events at this location, and it has plenty of parking. As Mr. Wheeler stated, we have on-site parking. In addition, we have the adjacent property, which we have by agreement with Marathon to place additional parking so that all parking for this site is within walking and right next to or on site. And all of it is on this side, meaning on the, call it the west side of the east-west connector, so that it's convenient for all of those who will attend, and hopefully there will be many. In terms of the overall development, as you can imagine, we did conduct and had a very thorough review from Cobb Department of Transportation. We underwent a full traffic study and traffic study analysis that took several months, but as it should for something of this magnitude in terms of this area. Ultimately, that traffic study was accepted by Cobb DOT, and they had many recommendations that went along with that in terms of the improvements and the types of things that would occur from a traffic management standpoint and a road network standpoint there, which we are agreeable to. Those are spelled out in your staff report, and as would be conditions of any approval, we would want that to be the case here. Also, as it relates to Colonial Pipeline and Marathon, who are 2 very important corporate citizens for the city of Mableton. Obviously, we have a very long-time relationship with Marathon Oil. They've in fact promoted this for many, many years, allowing the use of and eventually dedicating the property for this type of soccer use. Also, we have a long-time relationship with Colonial, whom we've met with, and who is very supportive of this project and thinks it's a great use for this property, which is otherwise not being used for any other type of heavy industrial use. And they likewise are supportive of this project and look forward to working with us as partners going forward. Again, we believe that this application brings to you a tremendous opportunity in this specific area, the city of Mableton on its northern edge. The tremendous opportunity to increase retail, community involvement at the location along East-West Connector. We think there will most definitely be a halo effect as this stadium is developed and put into use, and as you will see that become a destination for the community and for others outside the community to come to this location in a very exciting fashion. It's bringing professional soccer, but on such a professional level, as you can see by the rendering that's before you, that highlights both the community of soccer that's there, but also highlights the benefits with the city of Mableton, and will bring that to you. During this very close analysis by your professional staff, they developed a staff report in which they have recommended approval along with conditions. Also, when we presented this to your planning commission, we did receive a unanimous vote to recommend approval with conditions. And we are in agreement with each of the conditions that were identified by your planning commission, and all of those are agreeable, and we would actually urge this council in your consideration, if you were to approve this application, we would urge that those conditions be made a part as well. We think they're important to the community, We've had long-time conversations with the Mableton Improvement Coalition. Many of their concerns have now been addressed, all of their concerns have been addressed, from my understanding, and those are contained within the conditions in our application. Therefore, we would respectfully request your approval of the special land use permit application with those conditions. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Also, we have representatives of Swarm Football Club that can also answer any technical questions where I am unable to. And we appreciate your consideration and the work of your great staff on this application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Who are the members from the Swarm Football Club that are here?
Yes.
Just want to visually.
Yes, Mr. Simon Davies, Mr. Ishmael Hill are here from Swarm Football Club.
Thank you for being here this evening, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Council, I'll want to go to our.
I'm sorry, Mayor, just as a reminder, this is a public hearing, and he was obviously the applicant speaking in support. We need to see if there's any opposition as it relates to this request and give them an opportunity to speak as well.
Well, I think, is there anyone else in favor that would like to speak?
Are questions generally reserved till after both sides speak, or do we ask questions with each side presents?
If I would ask if you wait until after the opposition is speaking, then pose your questions to either side.
May I ask, is there anyone else for or against that are here to speak tonight? No? Proceed with your question, yes.
I have a question. Can you just take a moment and explain, the difference between how your club is going to be run versus, like, say, Mud Creek or something like that, so constituents can understand their accessibility to the club that you're creating?
Certainly. What I'd love to do is have Mr. Davies speak to that. There is a very big difference between the two, and I appreciate that question, but I'd like for the soccer expert to really explain that, because I think it's an important view to have.
Okay, thank you. Swarm FC is also Southern Soccer Academy that's already owns the land. Also uses Mud Creek, Traymore. So we have within our membership 5,000 players that will all have access to this stadium. The pro teams will play maybe 12 games a year, but the community will have access through it because we'll have an artificial turf on the stadium, and so all players will be able to use this facility throughout the year.
Okay. I just want to be clear. So if there are constituents who want to actually come and use the field, can they do that? Or is it primarily for club members?
So this is owned by Southern Soccer Academy, and we have an agreement with Swarm FC, and Swarm FC is now Southern Soccer Academy Swarm. So the county have Mud Creek and Traymore, so we have access to those fields. So all the players within our organization have use of those facilities, and they also have use of Marathon Park. Not where they could just come and play, but if they're involved within the organization, within the club, through the teams that are in there, we have thousands of players. So, and then select players will be able to use this facility through that organization.
Okay, great. Yeah, I thought it was important to kind of differentiate, because you'll have constituents who think they can come onto the field and use it, like you do Traymore and some others. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
You said it was going to be turf?
It will be an artificial turf, yeah. It'll be artificial turf.
And what's the timeline to get this done?
Do you want to do that?
The timeline's immediately. If we are able to obtain approval tonight through your good graces, they will begin immediately. The plan and intention is to be able to have this done and open to host professional soccer events in 2027.
Part of the stipulations that was recommended for us to approve asks for operating hours. So what would be operating hours that you would want?
Operating hours just for their benefit, it would be, Monday to Thursday is call it 10, it's like 9 to 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., because that's more operationally. And then for events from Thursday through Sunday, it would be till 10 p.m.
So, and I don't see on the rendering, but we're talking about, I do see lights, never mind.
Yes.
And that's till 10 p.m. And then there's the ability for concessions and locker rooms?
That's correct. That's just, if you see the kind of the buildings off to the back and left there, behind the seating, those are concessions and professional locker rooms, as well as professional concessions and so forth.
Yeah, so,
Some of that exists today.
so we currently have lights that were approved 4 years ago. So those lights are already, they'll be upgraded to professional standards. There's concessions there, there's locker rooms already there. So the stadium will fit around the existing locker rooms and the concessions that are already there.
And with, obviously 2027 is a little too late, but with FIFA coming and other folks trying to come to Cobb County or trying to come to Atlanta, do you plan to market this for events like that, or?
So we've had requests in the past when the World Cup to use it as a training facility. We've had requests from English Premier League clubs to come and use the facility even when it's not been upgraded. So those requests will probably come, but it will be fitted around the schedule that we'll have in place. So the pro teams will start March 27. Obviously the World Cup coming year is 26, but with Atlanta and the US soccer coming here, there's going to be more things that are going to come into the county in many years to come.
Thank you.
I understand as part of the upgrade that you're doing, that you all are going to include restaurants or other stores coming into the actual complex. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. But yes, as you're coming in from the east-west connector, from the traffic light, you know, there's some property as you get to this soccer stadium location. Phase 2 is what we envision that to be, where you can basically springboard off of what you are able to accomplish here with the success of this soccer facility and soccer stadium, that allows for the appropriate venues and support for what we think will be a fantastic restaurant and retail location they feed each other in that regard at that point. So yes, that is a phase 2 that we certainly envision as being a part of this.
Okay, well, are there any quarters at this point for wanting to establish a restaurant, or any companies that have already expressed interest?
Not a level of an interest where it would be a commitment,
Right.
just level of discussion interest. And that's because we're still at the early approval stage, and then you're able to take this and springboard an approval, and we have an approval and an entitled location where we can build this, and then you start to have be able to have real discussions where you have real commitments with people ready to do it. Right now, I think it's kind of cocktail talk.
Right.
But it's enough where we know how it can look, and that the folks interested would be folks that are legitimate and would bring the right type of restaurants, retail, that would really support and be so consistent with each other. We really envision that as phase 2 here.
Okay, and is your intent to come back to the city of Mableton or maybe to me, since it's my district, to kind of say when that time comes, what restaurants or what other facilities may be there, or?
Yes, some of that property would need to be rezoned in the future, and so that opportunity will be there, number one. Number two, we view this going forward as a partnership with the city, so we would love nothing more than to be in just great communications, making sure that you're aware and that the city is aware and city management's aware of what's coming and what's being proposed and the discussions we're having, because we think that we can help each other. That's the way great things are built.
Okay. And my last question is, I understand that the DOT has asked for some changes with respect to traffic, especially during events. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what that design, because I mean, I've been in the area and I'm trying to conceptualize
Right.
you know, how that's going to work.
The primary design change that they're looking at is during events is having the dedicated turn lanes that come into Marathon Circle from East-West Connector, where you have the traffic light that's a four-way traffic light that has dedicated turn arrows. They're wanting to make sure there's sufficient lanes to get people in and then also to get people out. And so most of their traffic recommendations are centered around our responsibility to coordinate that traffic management with them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Moore, has the hydrology study been completed and submitted?
The preliminary engineering for stormwater has been reviewed by our civil engineer, who did submit an updated report and summary that was responsive to the Cobb County stormwater comments, that addressed their comments. The full hydrology would then come during permitting, where it's anticipated that all of the comments that were made have been addressed to account for appropriate stormwater detention and so forth at this point. And the hydrology, though, needs to be a full hydrology. That's a much larger, much more expensive project that you do after you're approved at this stage. But we just wanted to make sure that was included as part of the conditions so that we could make sure that was understood by all that was to occur.
Okay.
But the preliminary aspect has been done, and we've submitted a responsive memorandum from our professional engineer that's part of the file as well now.
Yeah, I'm aware that the stormwater, the initial conditions and comments have been satisfied.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And just to be clear, is this for 2 fields or 1?
The plan has 1 field and then the stadium. So the stadium is what needs the special land use permit.
Gotcha. Okay.
But there's an additional field that's part of the overall plan, along with the plaza and so forth. Yeah, that's the part that's already really there.
Ms. Moore, I have a question, just based around, I think earlier you mentioned about a halo effect and some of the economic
Yes.
development. Has our economic development director taken a look at this, been a part of it, and had any discussions about what that economic impact would be, or an economic study?
Not yet. That's what the council member was asking about, that phase 2 that we're talking about. That's where we think that would be very instrumental in those discussions. Not only for what we would call phase 2, but when you come out onto East-West Connector, there's some additional opportunities for new retail restaurant that is there that could see new capital involved there too. So I think that from an economic development standpoint, we'd be extremely interested in moving that partnership forward in those discussions. I think it'd be outstanding.
Okay. And earlier you mentioned about parking and all
Yes.
the parking and walking distance and the adjacent parking, I think that's either Colonial or Marathon property.
Correct.
Those agreements are in place?
Those agreements are in place, yes, Mayor.
Okay. And is it with those additional parking spaces that it meets the minimum requirements, or is that in addition to?
With the additional parking that's on the adjacent property, that we have a long-term right by the agreements you just mentioned with Marathon, that allows us to meet the parking required for the 3,500-seat stadium and additional parking, but it also allows us to ensure that all of that parking is where our stadium is, on this side. I call it this side of the East-West Connector.
Sure.
So that's what allows us to make that happen.
Okay. Thank you.
We had an audience question.
Say that again.
There was someone in the audience who had a question as well.
A question, or are they going to make a statement
Did you-
to come up?
She had a question. You have to make a statement.
I'm-
Make a statement.
I'm more than happy if Mr. Moore will yield to.
Of course.
Ma'am, you're recognized. No, ma'am. If you'd like to speak. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if you can clarify for or against.
Yes. Are you speaking on for or against this measure? Are you speaking for or against this measure? You can four. We can do four.
Technically, again, so if she wants to speak, then she can, and she wants to ask her question, she'll need to do it during the against, proportional, or opposition. This is our opportunity for those who are in support of the project, but if, it would probably be to, on par to make sure we stay in line with our practice, to have individuals to speak when they're signed up for what they're speaking for. So I would say we allow her to speak for the opposition and let those who are in for to hold their time, because I think maybe a total of a minute and a half was left for the portion, and then those who may speak in opposition have their 10 minutes to speak.
Does the council have any other questions? Ms. Moore, do you have anything in closing? Oh, you do?
What's the length of the slot?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor, but I'm happy to, if
You may want to ask that, yeah.
if she has a question she wants to speak to, I'm happy to come back up if you invite me to answer any questions she may have.
Will do. Councilwoman Ock has one
This
additional
one's fast.
question.
What's the length of the slot?
Excuse me?
What's the length of the slot? Like, is there a length?
Oh, the length. No, a SLUP is like a rezoning in that it goes with the property, and it's an entitlement of a permit for the property that allows it to be used for this one specific use with these specific conditions.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
And has this gotten into the comp plan and into that process? Have they kind of checked the box that says,
Yes,
oh,
that
this is
was
what we're
part
gonna
of
do?
staff approval and recommendations. Yeah, it's been reviewed.
Got it.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, sir. Ma'am, you're recognized if you'd like to. Ms. Edwards, she was first.
Ms. Whitehead.
Please.
Thank you. I just simply had a question to find out how will this project be financed and who will be financing it through all the phases? That's all I want.
Thank you for your question, ma'am.
Thank you.
But before you come back up, is there anybody else who would like to speak in
We do,
opposition?
we have Ms. Edwards.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to understand the traffic pattern and how that's going to impact just the regular traffic. And you talked about having parking, but is that parking going to be across the street? And is there a plan to get people from one side of the street to the other? So I'd like to understand that and make sure that there's no safety problems, or if you're going to have to engage Cobb police or sheriff to help people get around.
Do we have anyone else that would like to speak in opposition to this measure? Seeing none, Mr. Moore, if you would like to address.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond or answer those questions. On the first question, in terms of funding, Swarm Football Club will be funding the development of the soccer stadium. So they'll be utilizing private sources of equity funding as well as lending and financial resources. So that's where the funding is coming from. This is not a publicly funded development, so I just want to make sure that's clear. This is privately funded. On, I believe, Ms. Edwards' questions, all of the parking is located on the west side of east-west connector. So there's no crossing for pedestrians or those who want to attend an event or attend a soccer match or play. All parking is adjacent to either on or adjacent to the soccer stadium. So there's no crossing of the east-west connector. That was a big component of our plan and what we worked very hard with Cobb DOT. So that's not occurring. So we don't have any type of safety issue there. As it relates to the traffic management plan, one of the recommendations from Cobb DOT, if this is approved, that's one of the conditions that comes with their recommendations. We will have coordination with them on specific event traffic management plans so that those are developed prior to there ever being the first event so that they have a very specific plan to ensure that regular traffic is not impacted any more than it has to be, and that's where the dedicated turn lanes. Fortunately, where you turn off the east-west connector to come to this location, that's not a place where there's much in terms of traffic at all today, other than those really coming to use the soccer that's there now. So DOT and through our traffic study specifically has looked at that so that we could isolate what those issues would be, and DOT has recommended a plan for that that we'll continue forward with. And it's part of a 300-page traffic study and management plan that DOT has approved and accepted at this point. So, but thank you for that. Those are the good questions. So thank you.
Thank you for those. Councilman Ferguson?
I'm just wondering, is Swarm planning to advertise, I keep on going back to this, advertise the field and kind of put it out there as a place for folks to come? I heard you say the professional aspect of it, but I'm not sure I understand who that is. I'm thinking economic development, and I'm thinking.
This is a zoning hearing.
Okay, so I can't ask that question?
Right.
You know what? It's fine.
Okay. No, we're looking forward to spectators being there. That's the point.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Thank you for the members from Swarm for coming. We're going to go ahead and close our public hearing now that we've heard from both sides of this. I'd like to move directly into the consideration approval of a vote having closed the public hearing. With that, council, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the special land use permit 2025-001 for the Swarms Football Club LLC.
Do we want to approve it with the stipulations?
Yes.
Pardon me,
Whoever makes a motion.
Please reference the conditions.
that's what I was going to
Well, I
ask.
was allowing the motion to come through, but yeah.
Subject to staff's recommendations and conditions. And planning commission's recommendations.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve this application, including the Planning Commission recommendations and the staff recommendations.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Motion's been made and seconded by Councilman Ladapo. I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of...
I'm sorry, just real quick, hours of operation, did you get?
Hours of operation says it's going to be set by the mayor and council, correct?
It does. Do we want to just set a...
Do we have to do that prior?
Do we have to do it?
I guess we do. Do we want to say like 7 to 10?
We need to be sure they're in the minutes. Set hours, I think
7 to 10?
I think it was Monday through Thursday.
Monday through
Monday through Thursday, 9 to 5.
I asked what they preferred.
Okay, and then Thursday through Sunday. Okay. We're just taking it to 10. All right, so Monday through Thursday, 9 to 5, and then Friday through Sunday, 9 to 10. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, so not, so. We currently use it until 9 p.m. every night. All right, we'll back up. Monday through Thursday, 9 to 10. Monday through Sunday. Monday through Sunday, through 9 to 10. Keep it easy.
Sunday, 9.
So,
Monday to Sunday. Yeah, Monday
9 to
through
10.
Sunday, 9 to 10. Okay. All
Is
week,
that-
9 to 10.
9 a.m. is
9
the first?
9 a.m. They train, yeah.
Please make sure if anyone's speaking, they speak on that mic. You got people that are virtually listening and want to hear what you have to say.
So we have teams that will come out during the day, but there won't be spectators there. But we have in the evenings, we have parents that come with their their players until 9 p.m. every night, but the games are usually, we currently have a game schedule that would finish at 9:30.
That's okay.
For example, this Saturday night, we have a game schedule, so there'll be people in the facility until 9:30. But we have...
I guess I'm just concerned about the front end. It's 9 o'clock in the morning? Is your first game?
We currently have games on a Saturday, on a Sunday that at 9 a.m., yes.
So
Which we have done for 20 years.
So daily, 9 to 10 p.m. daily?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And 9 a.m. is early enough to cover?
To start?
To start?
If your game starts at 9, people are going to
People will turn up at 8 a.m., correct, yes.
So 8 to 10?
Yeah.
8 to 10, okay.
Good, yeah, thank you.
So, Councilwoman Herndon, would you like to amend your motion, please, ma'am?
Okay, yes, I'd like to amend my motion to state my recommendation to approve this application with the the Planning Commission recommendations and the staff recommendations, and to include hours of operation from Monday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and duly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I will call the question. All those in favor of approval of the motion made by Councilwoman Herndon, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. No opposition. The ayes have it. So 7-0 vote, ma'am. Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right, Council, we're going to move to item 6B, which is a second read and public hearing of an ordinance creating Article 4 as the outdoor lighting standards, otherwise known as Night Sky Ordinance. This is under our Chapter 10 of Planning and Zoning of the City of Mableton Ordinances. This will be brought forward by our City Attorney as well as our Sustainable Waste and Beautification Director, Emilia Groth. Director Groth, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
You first saw this presented to you first read on April 23rd. Our city attorney did a good job overviewing what it's about. It's pretty typical. It comes similar to our neighbors in Fulton County. It supports mitigating nuisance light at night, preserving our natural environment for nocturnal animals, and conserving energy at night. Our code enforcement department is prepared for light readers, and our community development department is prepared for planning and zoning. So this is a pretty typical night sky outdoor lighting ordinance.
Thank you, ma'am. My first question for this is, has there been any substantive changes between the first read and the second read of the document?
There have been no changes.
Thank you. Council, any questions regarding this ordinance?
Do we need to invite the public? It's a hearing, right? Okay.
No initial questions of Director Groth? All right, at this point in time, I'd like to go ahead and open a public hearing. If you are for this measure and have anything to say, please take the podium. I don't know if we have any. Going once, going twice. Do we have anyone in opposition of this ordinance as far as the hearing? Seeing none, hearing none. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and close this public hearing related to this matter and move forward with consideration and approval in the form of a vote.
Mayor, I make a motion to consider and approve an ordinance creating Article 4, Outdoor Lighting Standards, Night Sky Ordinance under Chapter 10, Planning and Zoning of the City of Mableton Court of Ordinances.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a second?
I second.
Motion's been made and duly seconded by Councilman Davis. Any conversation, any question? No, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving of an ordinance creating Article 4, which is outdoor lighting standards under Chapter 10 of the Planning and Zoning of the City of Mableton Ordinances, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. No opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Ms. Groth. We're going to move now to item 6C, which is the second read and a public hearing for an ordinance updating Chapter 10 is the Planning and Zoning, Article 3 is review and decision-making bodies of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances. Director Hughes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. Chris Wheeler, who has been involved with this since its beginning, will actually conduct the public hearing, but provide you a little background first before you call for the public hearing.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wheeler.
Yes, sir. The only thing that changed regarding this update to Chapter 10 zoning ordinance for the Planning Commission is the Planning Commission's recommendation to allow for no more than 40 days. They asked for it to be 100 days to align with our calendar. That is the only change. Everything else is still what's previously submitted to the council previously. That is Section D, recommendations number 2.
Chris, and then Ferguson, just one of
Yes,
yeah, okay.
yes, and also to include as well as number 2, as far as, again, number 2, under the number A, establishment and composition, to include language that I won't say enforce or is a requirement for the members to elect their elected officials to let them know if they move out of their district. So in case somebody does move out of their district, the regulations makes them required to inform their council person who appointed them so they can let them know. Those are the only changes. Everything else is still the same composition as previously.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Council, any questions of Mr. Wheeler before he steps away? No. No. With that being said, I'd like to open the public hearing component of this. Anyone who'd like to speak for this measure, please address the podium now. Anyone that would like to speak against this measure, please address the podium now. Seeing no one wishing to speak for or against, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Council, once again, will go ahead and move forward to entertaining a motion to consider and approve this ordinance.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance updating Chapter 10 Planning and Zoning, Article 3 Review and Decision-Making Bodies of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances.
A second.
Thank you. The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on this matter? Give me one moment. I think I did have one item related to this. Okay, it looks like it's been addressed. Thank you. I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of approval of an ordinance updating Chapter 10, Planning and Zoning, Article 3, Review and Decision-Making Bodies of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. No opposition. The ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Takes us to item D, which is a public hearing to submit the Cobb County Comprehensive Plan by Community Development Director Michael Hughes. The floor is yours, sir.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council and City Manager. This item requires that you conduct a public hearing to submit the county's comprehensive plan. By way of background, the City of Mableton must conduct the required public hearing prior to submitting this plan to the Atlanta Regional Commission for review. The city is taking this interim step in order to become a qualified local government, and that's in order to become eligible for various financial incentives, grants that are administered by the Georgia Department of Community Affairs as well as other state agencies, while your own comprehensive plan is actually under development. As a reminder that your plan is under development, we anticipate that it'll be ready probably first quarter of 2026. And just for those who are in attendance here and perhaps watching, the comprehensive plan, also known as the master plan or general plan, is a long-term plan that encompasses a community's goals, its visions, and policies for future development and growth over the next 20 to 30 years. With that background, Mayor, we would request that you open the public hearing at this time.
Thank you, Director Hughes. At this point in time, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone who'd like to speak for this matter, please make your way to the podium. Anyone against this, please make your way to the podium. Seeing no one willing to speak for or against, we'll go ahead and move forward. And I believe, Director, there's no vote on this matter. I said I do believe there's no vote on this matter specifically.
That is correct, Mayor. No vote at this time. We will submit the comprehensive plan immediately. That will start DCA's review, which can last up to 30 days.
Right.
They will let us know once they've completed their review, and then the Mayor and Council will be invited to approve a resolution adopting the plan at that time.
Thank you. And that's up to 30 days for their review for that, is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Please keep us informed as the progress goes.
We'll do that.
Thank you. All right, Council, this takes us to item 7, which is our presentation and acknowledgements. I would like to ask that Ms. Joe Lahmon please come up from Cobb County Public Libraries, South Cobb Region, and Nakisha McNeal.
Good evening, everyone, Mayor, City Council. My name is Joe Lahmon. I'm Regional Manager for the South Cobb region of the Cobb County Public Library System.
Hi, and my name is Nakisha McNeal, and I'm one of the Adult Services Librarians with Cobb County Public Library.
And we are here tonight just to take just a little bit of your time to give you some updates and information about the wonderful programs we have for you at your library this summer.
All right, first on the list is our summer food program. Cobb County Public Library is partnering with Happy Helpings, which is Georgia's summer food service program. From June 2nd until July 25th, we will provide breakfast and lunch for children 18 and under.
And it is time for our summer reading program to start. This year, Cobb County Library invites the community to its annual summer reading kickoff party, a celebration of books, community, and summertime fun on Saturday, June 7th, 4 to 6 p.m. at the Schweitzer Library, downtown Marietta. Last year's kickoff event drew over 1,400 attendees, and this year's event promises to even have more excitement with the theme of Color Our World, encouraging readers of all ages to explore the diverse world of stories. We'll have music, we'll have a DJ, interactive activities. People will be able to win prizes and have lots of fun. And you'll also be able to have photo ops with Reader Book, our mascot, and Dewey. Research consistently demonstrates that students can lose ground in reading over the summer. Students can lose 1 to 2 months of reading progress over the summer. So let's kick off the summer the Cobb way with adventure, community spirit, and plenty of fun. And we eagerly await and look for you to be there. And also, we invite you to join us for mini golf at the library in benefit of summer reading. It's great for any age, and fundraisers will be held at 3 libraries. At the South Cobb Library on July 8th, Sewell Mill Library on July 9th, and North Cobb Library on July 10th. You can register the day of the event. It's $5 for individuals and $15 per family.
All right, South Cobb Library will continue its ongoing hygiene products donation drive. We have a care cabinet in our branch which provides products for vulnerable members in our community. So feel free to drop off a donation for us.
So after 14 years, the Zoo Pass will go away. I know many people say, well, I couldn't get it anyway. Well, you did have hope of getting it. So you can still have hope, because you can check out the Zoo Pass up until May 31st, and the vouchers will be honored until June 30th. And this year, we will again have the Vision to Learn mobile clinics, provide eye exams and glasses for children who need them at no charge for the students and their families. Vision to Learn at Cobb Libraries during summer break includes 800 appointment slots, and we're happy to say that they're almost filled. This is the 8th year that the Vision to Learn has come to Cobb Libraries. And South Cobb Regional Library was the very first library in Georgia to host Vision to Learn. Learn for Life is the original educational partnership with Vision to Learn, and it identified Vision to Learn as its first bright spot, and has worked closely with Cobb Libraries ever since. And Learn for Life officials say in Metro Atlanta, nearly 40,000 elementary students who need glasses don't have them. And this isn't just a learning barrier, it's a public health issue tied to significant academic, social, and emotional challenges. Vision impaired can lead to poor grades and lack of engagement, and is strongly associated with higher rates of anxiety and depression among children.
Last but not least, the public library is one of the last truly free public places that you can use. We are more than just books. We have something for everybody. We have fitness classes. We have crafting classes. Some of the interesting programs that we have coming up, we have a fashion show for the kids on June 25th. There will be an art swap on June 21st. We will have some snakes coming to the library on July 24th. We also have 3 book clubs. So please stop by, visit us, utilize some of our programs and resources. If you have any more questions, you can ask us, and everything else will be on the Cobb County Public Library website.
And I'd like to give one last statistic before we go. Since 2018, Vision to Learn's professional team, backed by generous VTL supporters and library workers, have provided 2,700 plus eye exams at Cobb Libraries, resulting in 1,800 plus glasses free to families and children 5 to 18 years of age. And Vision to Learn Georgia has expanded since 2017 from 1 mobile unit to 4, with more planned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lahmon. We'll proceed now to item 7B, which is the FY 2026 proposed budget presentation with our city manager, Bill Tanks, and our finance director, Kim Ellis.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, citizens. As we have earlier described to this body, this year we have the obligation of adopting a formal budget, and we've set a budget calendar, and our finance director, Ms. Karen Ellis, and her team have worked very diligently in making sure we're going to hit that target. Tonight, they will actually give you the proposed budget. Last meeting, we talked about your budget, our budget priorities that we took from our planning conference, what was important to this council, and then those items were taken back to staff, discussed with myself, the finance director, to make sure that we were meeting what we perceive to be the goals established by the council, mainly fiscal conservative approach to budgeting, overstating our expenses, understating our revenues, and making sure that Mableton continues to have a sound financial future. So without further delay, I'll let our finance director, Ms. Karen Ellis, come up and talk about it in detail.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As City Manager has mentioned, we are going to be presenting your first fiscal year 26 proposed budget. In subsequent meetings, we will have a first and second public hearing where you will adopt it finally on June 25th. So this is an outline of our calendar. Some of these days have already passed, some are coming up. As City Manager mentioned, May 12th was our first meeting reviewing with you the priorities that are now presented to you in today's first presentation on May 28th. Coming up June 11th, the first reading will be made, and June 25th, your final reading and budget adoption. I wanted to convey that the budget principles used for this presentation and your budget for fiscal year 26 is to be conservative in every way. We want to calculate revenue and expenses conservatively by estimating carefully and neutralizing budget pressures to unnecessarily inflate revenue approximations, always to be conservative and fiscally responsible. Also, not to rely on one-time revenue sources, which you will see in future slides, to fund your ongoing expenses or operating expenses. And this is, we previously reviewed these. These are your priorities that we have gone over: fiscal soundness, community engagement, pursuing green initiatives and housing initiatives, pursuing managed growth, keeping in check with technology and innovation, and making sure of responsible development throughout the city. And these are the fiscal year 26 operating assumptions that were used to go through the general fund budget. You will see in the future slides. We are assuming 2.5% COLA for staff, as well as implementing the full class and pay plan. As you will note in the future slides as well, we did not implement the full class and pay plan last fiscal year. The spending plan only had some staff, so this is pursuing the full staff except for about 10 seasonal employees. This also includes a projected 25% increase to estimate insurance plans. This is a safeguard to make sure we have enough funding in the event that any of our policies increase over and above. We have a property and liability and officials insurance that we manage in May, as well as employee benefits, which are renewed each January. It's also going to include new departments that we discussed on May 12th, which is a risk management, including some of these policies I just mentioned, as well as an addition of operating expenses for economic development. This position was priorly funded under the city management. It's now moved to its own department and has other operating expenses associated with it. It's also going to enhance facilities and property management department. We had a small part there with funding of leasehold improvements that we've done throughout this year. We're going to be finishing next year. And it will also include an uptick for right-of-way maintenance. This originally was presented to your priorities at $300,000. After review of conservatively estimating revenues and expenses, this was reduced down to $150,000 to allow for some continued rights-of-way maintenance, keeping that intact. It also increases for the lease payments for extra locations that we've added this year from last year. The increase to that is approximately $145,000. And also, there are leasehold improvements to some of the city locations of $400,000. After that, sorry, I can't see my slides. There's funding for a housing project initiative, as well as funding the tree fund of $160,000 and funding a capital projects fund of $1.4 million, which we will cover in future slides. So a total operating assumption, which is different from your prior fiscal year, coming to $4.5 million. And that 1.4 shown on the prior slide, how that details out within your capital projects fund, 750,000 of that will go to a contingency fund for future land acquisition and projects within the city. 150 of that will be to capitalize computer software and equipment as we establish the IT department in the city, as well as continuing with the purchase and future replacement, building this fund of $500,000. This fund is a rollover fund. It's a multi-year fund, so whatever stays in this fund that is not spent stays there and continues on, and you can build on it with each fiscal year. So now we're going to get into the meat of our operating budget general fund. If you want to ask questions during, feel free, or we can wait till the end to ask questions as needed. So this is a review of all of the fiscal year 26 proposed revenues. You'll see 3 columns. I thought this was important to show you what we project to come in as actual versus what was budgeted for the 25 fiscal year and what we're budgeting for 26. The 25 budget was based highly on projections completed by our consultants, as well as a feasibility study that was done with the city, for the city, whereas our projected is what actually is occurring within the city. So we wanted to show how that tracks versus what we hoped would happen, what we thought would happen, and what is actually occurring to prepare our fiscal year 26 budget. So your property taxes are not true property taxes as it occurs with Cobb County. Your motor vehicle taxes that we receive from the county are considered property taxes as your vehicle is a property. So it's saying property taxes, but the city does not levy currently a property tax. So those taxes were projected at $2.8 million. Budget was estimated at 3.2. We are going to budget conservatively close to that same 2.8 million. The franchise taxes the city has are for electric and gas. Currently, we're projecting $2.2 million to come in. The feasibility study had us looking at almost $3.5 million. We are going to project conservatively, propose to, again, $2.2 million for franchise taxes. We also have some incoming cable franchise taxes, which are not accounted for. We have yet to finalize that agreement and collect those fees, so we felt it was prudent to not even budget those franchise, so that would be a surplus to the city, whatever that amount comes to once we assess what that location, the mileage within the city will incur. Business occupational tax, that we've done very well with. We're estimating at almost $3 million for that, whereas we had budgeted conservatively in the feasibility study at 1.5. We are going to come in a little bit at 2.5 just to be safe and budget conservatively there. Insurance premium tax, that was projected as 0. We were informed that was not a tax we would be collecting this year, although we did budget it at 4.3 million. We are going to budget conservatively in 26 at 4.2 million. License and permits, we just brought those on board in March. We are tracking very well with permits in that regard in the building department. So we're proposing that we're going to come in about 300, and when you annualize that, we're looking at a good $1 million for the fiscal year 26 budget. Charges for services, that includes your environmental fee that was passed a few months ago in relation to the environment charges. We are bringing in about $11,000, not knowing what the future holds with that fee. With our current vendors, we're going to use that same dollar amount at $11,000 and be conservative. Municipal court, as was discussed during the work session, we haven't really gotten into setting up our court and being able to assess what kind of fines we'll be able to collect. So we will, whatever we get will be a surplus. We are going to budget 0 for municipal court fines. Interest income, we are going to budget conservatively, not knowing what the economy holds. We've collected to date about $30,000. We're estimating about $50,000 by the end of the year, so we're projecting about $20,000 for fiscal year 26. The city doesn't have a whole lot of miscellaneous revenues at this time, so we're again budgeting 0, not knowing what those are. Those are always just an extra bonus for the city. Transfers from other funds, this is basically what you're looking at coming in from your hotel motel tax. So that is a fund you'll see in the future slides. That is the money coming in at our 37.5 that we collect from the hotel motel tax. That will be coming into the city as their proportionate share of those taxes. And then other financing sources is things that come up, whether it be financing. We don't have anything in relation to that. We aren't collecting any lease money or anything like that, so we're leaving that as zero as well. For general fund expenses for fiscal year 25-26, again, it's the same format. We have a projected versus the budget for 25 versus what we're proposing for 26. These were all discussed in great detail at the May 12th meeting. Those percentages did not change. If anything, they did get maybe lower because we did have to reduce some items specifically in facilities. We had changed the right-of-way. Just to list a few, some of the things that were reduced from the presentation on these line items from all the departments. We removed 10 seasonal positions. We had 20 in our priorities list. We reduced that down to 10, knowing we probably wouldn't need all 20. That provided some savings. We removed the 2 additional code enforcement staff members that were requested that were not included in the class and pay plan. The staff that is included is still there. Any open positions are still there. This was just the 2 additional that you would have to go over and above to approve at this time. We also reduced training. We had a good percentage of training in proportion to salaries that we felt wasn't really needed at this point in the early years of the city. So we reduced that, found some significant savings there as well. And as mentioned, we did reduce that right-of-way discretionary that we had from 25,000 a district, or from 50,000 a district to 25 per district, and cut that in half. So this is a slide that is going to explain how we balanced our budget. When we have conservative revenues that are coming in, we're proposing $13 million in revenue for the city, and we are projecting $16 million in expenses. How do we balance that budget when we don't have enough revenues that cover the expenditures that we're requesting? The city had its first audit. We have an official audit report that we'll be bringing to you by the next council meeting. Our audited financial fund balance was $4.8 million for the city, which is wonderful. That is our full reserves that the city holds in their account as of fiscal year 24, which is almost now a year ago. When we add in what we're projecting from those prior slides, the revenues that we're projecting to come in, and when we're subtracting what we're projecting our expenditures to come in, we build that fund balance up to $7.5 million. And most cities, by design, they want to be conservative. They want to have what they call the rainy day fund. They want to make sure they have funds in the bank if for some reason there was a cyber threat or the government were to shut down. You want to have money in the bank to be able to pay your people, continue with services, continue to have the city working. So 25% would be a lot less, and city manager's recommendation, especially this early before we finalize a lot of our financial management policies, is to use even a higher reserve requirement of 33%. So if we were to take that 7.5 that we are projecting to have as reserves for the city and hold aside $4.5 million of that to say this we cannot touch. This is our safe money that we use to fund this government if something were to ever occur in an emergency. That leaves us with $3 million. And I apologize, these slides did not come out this way. They're not lining up. You can't see the numbers. But the number that comes out after we subtract that $4.5 million in reserve is $2.9 million, which is $3 million. So that money that we have in over and above what we need to keep the city in business is what we use one time to fund these additional services. We don't recommend using fund balance ongoing. These are usually for one-time occurrences. So the fact that we're using this surplus to continue, this would be something because we are a new city, we have some new initiatives in the city, and that balances our budget to make it $16 million total revenue plus fund balance to equate the $16 million in expenditures. This is our summary slide. We showed this to you on May 12th of our class and pay position summary. Again, the only change to this was we removed the additional 2 code enforcement people that showed an increase in code enforcement. They now remain, I believe it's at 8. And we reduced the 10 seasonal people down, which we have split between Parks and Rec and general admin as they are used in multi-purpose uses throughout the city. Now we're going to go into the next fund. That was the general fund. Now we're going into a new fund that we're creating this year. We're proposing to create this year called the Tree and Beautification Fund. This is a special revenue fund. So as you know, we don't have it currently. This is something that we are looking to create and provide seed money to become a Tree City USA. That is something that Director Groth for Sustainability, Beautification, and Waste Department will be looking at within her operating budget. And in order to create this fund, we would need seed money of $2 per capita. We're estimated at an 80,000 population. So 2 times 8 is 16. That's $160,000 to seed this fund. What we would do is have, once that gets approved by council, there would be projects that would be approved by council. And here are just some examples of what that money might be used for. You could use them for plantings throughout the city. We would look into a relationship with Trees Atlanta, and then also any other community projects throughout the city that the funds could be used for to help utilize that 160. Future revenues would be generated through certain fees that we would have associating with tree replacement, and if trees had to be taken down for a certain project, that would help keep and sustain this fund. And if any additional funds were needed for special projects, the general fund could provide operating transfers if council so wished. So this is just a summary. Nothing occurred in 24, 25, we currently are thinking about it. And 26, if this was approved, we would have 160,000 in a transfer from the general fund, which was included in your general fund expenditures, and using 160 of that for planned council-approved projects. Now we'll do another special revenue fund, the hotel motel fund budget. This is in existence currently. These revenue funds come in from all the hotels throughout the city. Currently, the audit came in, we had collected over $250,000 in hotel motel fees. That started, I believe, in December, so that was like a 6-month period in fiscal year 24. Fiscal year 25, we're projecting to collect almost $500,000 in hotel motel, and we're going to, again, propose conservatively $375,000 in hotel motel tax, some of which 37.5% does go back to the general fund, and the other used to fund hospitality, tourism, marketing throughout the city. And now finally we have your capital projects fund. This also is a new fund as we move towards property acquisition, land acquisition. Here we are bringing in again a transfer of $1.4 million from the city. This is again considered a one-time. This was part of what was used with that fund balance that we used to balance the budget. This can be increased each year. It can be passed on depending on what funding and reserves we have in place each year. And anything that is put in this fund rolls over and stays there, specifically used for capital projects. So again, that's a transfer in from the general fund of $1.4 million, and then spending it on different projects throughout the city. We have earmarked, as in the previous slide, $750,000 for future possible land acquisition or projects, $150,000 for IT-related software and equipment, and $500,000 for the fleet, continuation of purchasing the fleet for the city. So here's your full summary of expenditures by fund of what the city has proposed for their budget. General fund, we have $16 million. Tree fund to create $160,000 coming from the general fund. $375,000 in hotel motel coming from our hotels, and $1.4 million for capital projects in the future, that also coming from your general fund. So a total amount of almost $18 million for expenditures by fund for your proposed fiscal year 26 budget. And if you have any questions, I would be glad to answer them. I know that was a lot.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hawk, you have a question?
Thank you. I have a couple questions. The first one is on, I believe it was the first slide that you had up. It mentions that housing initiative program for $150,000. Can you tell us a little bit about what that program is and how you came to that funding amount?
I'll bow to the city manager on that.
Yes, there was, when we had the planning conference, some of the goals that you all set, I think it was discussed there, and the mayor had brought up, just having some funds available if we're going to deal with accessible housing for the community. There may be opportunities for federal grants, HUD grants, and if you don't have seed money to do matches, you can't compete for those grants. So we have a grant. We are contracted with a grant writer, Mr. Chris Brewer, and we want to position ourselves, if there's an opportunity to spur some progress with the housing initiatives in the Mableton, that we'd be in position to do that. So that money is set aside for that purpose.
A question about that, Mr. Tanks. Can that funding also be used for initiatives to educate residents about homeownership, workshops, and things like that?
I'm going to defer to the mayor, but when it's designated in that fund, then you all will set that. So go ahead, Mayor, if you would.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manager. Again, going back to the planning conference, one of the initiatives that were put forward as part of the Reimagine Housing initiative that I had proposed, one of those things was an affordable housing fund, that we would set aside a portion of our fund balance to go towards a program, an initiative that would put money aside. The quintessential put your money where your mouth is, right? If housing and affordable housing, workforce housing, attainable housing is going to be important to the city, then it needs to be reflected in the budget. And I believe firmly and strongly with that. So I've asked that part of the fund balance be set aside, this $150,000 for us to explore avenues and opportunities for affordable and workforce housing. It was not specified exactly what the funds would be designated for in a specific manner, but the goal is that we start setting aside funds specifically for workforce and affordable housing. The ultimate goal around that is that we expand or fully create that program and then look to have an actual fund and a commission that will be in charge of being stewards of that fund. And that way we could look at workforce and affordable housing efforts. And as the city manager said, that would also be seed money for grants, which a lot of them require a certain amount of matching fund to go along with them. But the effort now is to get this in the budget so we have options as we move forward to what affordable housing and workforce housing looks like in the city. Any other questions, council, for our director or city manager?
I have a question on slide 8, which is general fund revenues approved FY 2025 versus proposed 2026. Is it possible for property taxes for us to change that to, you said it was auto property tax?
Yeah.
TABT.
Yeah, can we?
I can put in parentheses, this is the way it's reported in an audit, so we are conforming to our annual financial reporting requirements, but I can easily put TAVT in there so that it is clear.
Okay.
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Sir.
It may be worth just a general education. When you look at an ad valorem tax ad valorem tax for it, that ad valorem, it takes the value of property, either real property, land, whatever the property is. And so vehicles are considered property, and anything that you pay tax on as a property. So that's why it comes like that in audit. I do agree, Ms. Jeffcoat, that the general public may not know the difference, and they see that term and it could run away. So I'm glad that you caught that, and we will make sure people understand. But in general, on an audit, they go technically by the book, and so that's why I may say that. But this is definitely not tax against properties owned by our citizens.
Real property.
Thank you.
And I think that tax goes through the Department of Revenue at the state and then back to the county, and then that's dispersed to us via the county.
Thank you.
I have another question.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yes, about beautification projects for the sum of $80,000. Is that funding for Keep Mableton Beautiful, or is that for other beautification projects?
It will be for whatever you approve. These are just samples, examples of some of the projects. Each time something wants to be spent, it would be brought to you to approve. So this is just kind of approving the idea of what the expenditures might be, but not exactly what that's going to be. There is no cost that is attached to it.
So as far as like environmental management fees and like the bulk amnesty and some of the things that were proposed, is that this bucket?
Yep, Emily, I'll have Director Emily come on up.
That's a good question, Councilwoman. Thank you for asking. Later this evening, it's intended that you all will consider approval of the Tree Preservation and Beautification Ordinance. And in that ordinance, it outlines expenditures and revenues that are agreeable to the establishment of this fund. It is worded relatively general, that the expenditures, I think I have it pulled up. Tree preservation and beautification funds may be expended for the purchase, planting, and maintenance of trees on city property, community beautification efforts conducted by the city to enhance and improve citywide view sheds, and any other actions of the city that relate to or aid in tree preservation. So that's how the fund is worded, and how that's the expectation of the expenditures, and then the details come out when we intend to spend money out of that fund. You will see it presented in more detail, again, for your consideration.
So there was two different categories. There was the tree fund and then just, I think it was general beautification. Or is that, is all of it? Oh, I see, okay.
And then Councilwoman, within the general operating budget of the SWB department, that's where we can enhance funding for events like that. I was talking with Director Ellis about funding in that fund, the general fund, for household hazardous waste events and things like that.
Okay. Thank you. I do have, I'll give everyone else a chance to.
No, continue.
Okay. Mr. Manager, it was mentioned at our retreat that signage for Mableton was a priority. What bucket is that, would that come from?
Okay, and there's two types of signs. I'm glad you asked that question because the person I've been asking to work on this had a meeting with me today, and I said, you got July 1st to get it done. I won't look at anybody. And so now the council is asking me, I hope they see this. You have what we call gateway signs that actually are more of an announcement that you are coming into Mableton area, and it's more decorative, somewhat of an identity for the city. Then there are what we call city limits, general green signs that just show you're now in city limits. And so that gateway sign, it is conceivable that, and I will have to clear this with our Meet Mableton, it is conceivable that that could be covered in some of the hotel, motel funds if we're trying to draw people to the city. That's the beautification. That's the one that looks more like welcome to our city, wayfinding, here's our parks, blah, blah, blah. That could come out of that 18% that's meant for product development. We'll be working with Mrs. Our Holly Quinlan on making sure that kind of, we get a designer, come up with a concept, and that can handle. Now, for the regular city limit sign, that should just come out of general fund. It does not have to come out of any, but we could pull from the hotel, motel, some of those, what we call gateway signs, but general boundary signs will come out of general fund.
Council, anyone else have any questions? No? Thank you, Director.
I just wanted y'all to know this is a budget presented tonight for not only you, City Council, Mayor, but for the citizens, so that budget is available. It should be available soon on the city's website. It's also available by request through the city clerk's office, and it can be available paper or digital.
Thank you for that, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, we're going to move forward now to section 9, which is our public comment section for this evening. Madam Clerk, I'm assuming we have some public comment cards.
Yes, Mayor, I believe I have about 4 here, and remember there's a 2-minute time limit. And the very first card that was turned in was Denny Wilson. She'll be first, and then Orville Owens will be after Miss Wilson.
Thank you.
Is Miss Wilson here? Did she leave?
No, just get right.
Oh, there she is, okay.
Good evening. I think you guys know what I'm going to speak about.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to speak about the $9.5 million that Cobb County told you guys in reaching the agreement that we owed them for police and DOT services. I spoke at their meeting last night, and I gave them the numbers from their very own budget. And if you look at their budget, they've allocated $103 million for police, and I think it's about $26 million for DOT. So by their own numbers, if Mableton makes up 10% of the population of the county, then their numbers should have come out to around maybe 12 million, 10 million, 12 million, somewhere in there. But then you got to look at the fact that we're paying the 8.46 mil. So my question to them was, what happens to the 8.6 mil? Because again, if you look at their budget, the general fund makes up 69% of the county's budget. And I know that they gave you guys money, so they say, well, we gave them monies back that we can no longer use in the general fund to pay for these services. But again, my question to them is, what happens to the 8.6 mil? Because if you guys are paying them $9.5 million, and if you take their budget numbers, we paid in $41 million to date in property taxes. If you take that $10 million, you got that $31 million left over in the property tax. So where does that $31 million go? And that's what I say when I say the 8.46 mil that we pay in the property taxes. The county cannot explain the numbers. So what I requested of them last night was that they give the citizens of Mableton a line item budget by commission district to let us know how much is being paid for police and DOT in each commission district. And then that way we could have this magic number. But of course they're saying they don't have that, which I don't believe, because any bona fide accounting firm should have that. They should have those numbers broken down like that. So the only thing I'd suggest you guys do is stand firm with them, because they know as of last night that they dodged the bullet. You guys should have really gone to litigation, because I think it would show that the county is double taxing the rest of the 6 cities as well as this new city of Mableton. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Orville Owens, and then we have Ms. Sheila Edward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, and everybody else here. I'm coming to talk to you guys about possibly putting in some sort of deterrent on Floyd Road, particularly between Glore and the east-west connector. There was a severe accident this morning right outside of my subdivision, Concord Village, to the point where, due to the police investigation, they would not let anybody leave my subdivision for 2 hours. It's a retirement community. A lot of elderly people live there. You know, I'm sure they have doctor's appointments and places they may need to get to. I realize if it's an emergency, they can get out. But the growing thing that I'm starting to see, to include just a couple days back, a telephone pole got snapped in half right there off the corner of Floyd and Concord. But the thing I've noticed, that as traffic keeps picking up now through Floyd Road, it's getting more and more traffic, especially during rush hour times. The drivers are becoming more and more impatient. And I'm watching cars pass other cars using the center lane. Problem is, a lot of people are making left and right hand turns in that center lane, going to subdivisions, going to houses. And I suspect, without seeing the police report, that that's what happened this morning. It was a head-on, I do know that, and with a lane going this way, a lane going that way, in the center lane, how'd they get head-on unless somebody fell asleep at the wheel? I mean, anything's possible, but based upon what I've been noticing lately, cars are passing using that middle lane. And I don't know what all options are available. I know that when you go on Concord going into Smyrna, after you pass the covered bridge and the other bridge and you pass the Silver Comet Trail, they have those concrete barriers. I believe they were trying to prevent the same thing from happening over there, but my guess, based that I live right there and I'm seeing this happen, I'm seeing cars getting passed at least once or twice a week, and that's on my limited time of being on Floyd Road. So I imagine it's happening a lot more. Something very serious is going to end up happening, and so I hope you guys will consider maybe trying to make it a little more safe right there through that area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Edwards?
After Ms. Edwards is Sam Culbreth.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Mableton, a city too busy to hate or not. As we stand at the crossroads of the latest chapter in Mableton's short history as a new city, I ask, is our city truly living up to its promise of inclusion, engagement, and opportunity? Long before Mableton became a city, you had advocates and leaders advocating for a better quality of life for our community. Advocates like Michael Murphy and others in this room. Mableton was later incorporated as a city founded with the hope and promise of fostering a government that listens, responds, and actively includes its citizens in the government and decision-making process. And yet, troubling signs suggest that the very ideas we hope to embody are being overshadowed by practices that distance the people from the government meant to serve them. Has Mableton begun to adopt the worst habits of its neighbors, such as South Fulton, Atlanta, Stonecrest? Those practices that silence voices, limit opportunities, and place barriers before those eager to serve. Citizens' calls go unanswered. Requests for meetings are ignored. And citizens are being blocked from meaningful participation, whether as employees, board members, or commission appointees. Where's the transparency? Where's the accountability? Where's the inclusion? A city does not thrive when its government operates in isolation or with mean spirit or intent. Mableton cannot afford to become a government of closed doors and unanswered questions. If we truly wish to embrace a model of for a city that's too busy to hate, then we must ensure that we are also embracing a model that is we're a city never too busy to listen to the citizens. So today I challenge the leaders of Mableton, open the doors, welcome the voices of your people, empower residents, do not silence them. Because democracy is not just a word, it is an action word. And it is time Mableton lives up to the ideas it was created to uphold. I've been told by some that members of the government don't like some of the members of the community. Well, I say to you, tough luck. Take that to the ballot box and let's see who likes who during the election. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards.
Sam Culbreth. And that's the last card I have.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and City of Mableton. It's just going to be very brief. My name is Sam Culbreth. I am the current chairman of the O.C.G.A Community Task Force. Just to kind of read off what our mission is so you can actually understand what we do. So ACT is a resident-led community-based umbrella organization that was established in Cobb County around year 2000. And our purpose is to systemically identify, connect, develop, and leverage resources within the community for a sustainable future. We've been doing this work longer than the city has been enacted, but it is a strong add-on, and we would invite you to help us lead this work along with the city and its residents. We meet on the first Monday of every month at 7 p.m. At the South Cobb Recreation Center, and we would invite you to come out. We also have a virtual option if you're interested in that. Please feel free to reach out to us at ostelcommunitytaskforce@gmail.com. Again, and our website is still a work in progress, but again, you can reach out to us for any questions at ostelcommunitytaskforce@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Culver. I do believe that's the last card, Madam Clerk.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and close our public comment section. Thank you to everyone who took time to come here and make your voices heard at our meeting. It is important, and we do listen. We're going to move next to item 10, which is the consent agenda. We have 4 items on the consent agenda this evening. It is the April 23rd work session minutes, April 23rd regular meeting minutes, April 12th work session minutes, and the April 12th regular meeting minutes. So, Council, you've had an opportunity to look at these. I'll go ahead and accept a motion to approve.
May I motion to approve the consent agenda?
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded by Councilwoman Herndon. This time I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. We do not have any unfinished business in front of us this evening, so we'll move straight to item 12, which is our new business. We do have several items here. The first one being a second read of the ordinance creating Chapter
Mayor,
14.
there was an amendment to move the item F up, so this ladies.
Thank you all, appreciate that. We did at the top of the meeting approve a meeting agenda change, and in my haste to move forward, I failed to acknowledge it, even though I've got a note that says, move F to A. Council, what we're going to do, we're going to start with the consideration approval of the City of Mableton and Cobb County Tourism, the designation marketing service agreement. We were all here earlier. We heard the presentation, or at least the notes from Polly, who came to join us. I think all the questions were opportunity to ask then. What I'm not going to do is have you come back up again. Ms. Quinlan, what I'm going to do at this point in time is just entertain a motion to approve. But prior to that, I want to make sure that our attorney has a moment.
Yes, Mayor, if the council's inclined, if my request would be to preference the motion to authorize the mayor to finalize and execute. There are a couple of items that I need to just confirm understanding with the mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. With that being said, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion with the recommendation of the attorney.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to finalize and execute the City of Mableton and Cobb travel.
Authorize the mayor.
To authorize the mayor to finalize and execute the City of Mableton and Cobb Travel and Tourism Incorporation Destination Marketing Services Agreement.
Second.
Thank you. Motion has been made and seconded by Councilwoman Jeffcoat. I'll call the question. All those in favor of mayor's discussion. Councilman Ferguson, the floor is yours.
Just for edification, what's the timeline to actually do that?
So my timeline is ASAP, if we can work it out this week. And they're willing to execute, but expeditiously and promptly.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any more discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approval of the motion made by Councilwoman Oladapo, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. In opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you. We'll now move back to the top. Thank you, ladies. We'll move forward now with the second read of the ordinance creating Chapter 14, which is the animal control of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances. If I remember correctly, Madam Attorney, there were no changes to this, and I think there were
no changes, and this was one of the series of ordinances that the county has asked us to leave as consistent as possible, or to bring them requested modifications, just because they will be implementing pursuant to our service delivery strategy.
Thank you. With that being said, I'm going to entertain a motion to approve an ordinance creating Chapter 14 of Animal Control of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances.
Put in a motion to approve an ordinance creating Chapter 14 Animal Control of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded by Councilwoman Herndon. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councilman.
Yes, it was just kind of brought to my attention in terms of the proposed noise ordinance lacks an exception for farm animals. Is that correct? Says, to be consistent with encouraging local small farms and allowing agricultural activity consistent with zoning limitation, the city should include an agricultural exception similar to Cobb's County's exception when it comes to this. So is that an exception when it comes to farm animals?
Relating back to Cobb's ordinance related to that. I do believe that's what the agreement was.
Okay.
That we would rely on Cobb's overall ordinance for that.
Okay.
I don't think we have one except for chickens, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know that we have an overall robust ordinance relating to that, do we? I didn't think so.
Because the ordinance itself, it reads, this section shall not apply to horses, livestock, versus poultry, or other farm animals, provided they are maintained in accordance with the county zoning regulations or ordinances.
Correct. Because I don't think we have an ordinance covering those animals.
No.
I mean, I wasn't being funny. I think the only we have is chickens and.
Only the chicken one.
Yeah.
It might be in our, I don't know if it was taken out or not, in our general code.
That just refers back to Cobb County's ordinance.
Yeah, but we adopted Cobb County's ordinance.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Cobb County's.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
So the fact that it references back to Cobb County's, not to ours.
Because we don't have
I
one.
think since they're enforcing it in the IGA, it makes sense for them to reference their own.
Sure, if we were going to make a change that we weren't directly going to enforce, it's going to be enforced through the Cobb County's animal control. I'm pretty sure our director of code enforcement's over there, and I don't think he's enforcing any rules for horses or.
I haven't heard of any loose cattle.
Not trying to put you in the spot, Mr. Director. I think we'll leave that to Cobb County. So I do think that's accurate, yeah. Thank you for that, Mr. Davis.
But this is, sorry, this is more about impounding and where they're going to be housed versus them just sitting at the house. I think it's a little, okay, never mind. Keep going.
This is going to be enforced by the county.
Right, because we're going to take it to the county, basically, because the county is running animal services. So we're going to have to ensure that we're going by county resolution, yeah.
Any other discussion, council?
No.
Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving an ordinance creating Chapter 14, Animal Control of the City of Mableton Code Enforcement, or Code of Ordinances, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, thank you. We'll move to the next item, which is ordinance updating Chapter 11, which is Environment and Natural Resources of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances. Madam Attorney, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mayor, this is similar to the prior. It's just a itemized listing of ordinances the county requested that you adopt similar to theirs, at least while they're assisting in certain capacities with environment and natural resource matters. So if you want to, you do have certain practices and processes where you might want to divert in the future, but they're asking while you're working cooperatively with them if you could keep these in place. So the request would be to approve.
Thank you, ma'am.
Adopt and approve.
You have a motion, Councilman Ferguson?
Motion to approve an ordinance updating Chapter 11, Environment and Natural Resources of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
I second.
Motion has been seconded by Councilwoman Herndon. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving a motion made by Councilman Ferguson, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. We'll move forward to the second read of an ordinance creating a new Article 2, which is a tree preservation and beautification under Chapter 11, Environment and Natural Resources, including tree preservation and replacement standards exhibits of Mableton Code of Ordinances. And Director Groth, if you would like to speak to this matter. First of all, ma'am, if you could speak to the overall reason for this ordinance and if there's any changes between the first and second read.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council saw this first read in April. There have been no changes since. It establishes the expenditures and revenues for the tree fund that we previously discussed, and it also adopts the tree preservation and replacement standards from Cobb County that our Community Development Department will utilize during plan review.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions of Director Groth while she's up there? No? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion as written.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded by Councilwoman Ogg. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the motion made by Councilwoman Oladapo, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you, Council. Let's move forward to an ordinance creating Article 5, which is subdivisions under Chapter 8, Building and Construction.
That was deferred. That was deferred.
That's deferred.
Didn't we defer that? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move forward to the consideration and approval of a resolution creating a Six Flags Special Area Service District for the provisions of local government services. Council, I know that was something that we had discussed earlier. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve.
I'd make a motion to approve the consideration and approval of a resolution creating a Six Flags Area Special Service District for the provision of local government services.
I second.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you approving item E?
Yes.
That's E.
Yes, please. If you could peek at your email, because I made adjustments and I sent them to you in track changes. So I just want you to have an opportunity to look at those adjustments before you adopt.
Can you
Okay.
speak on the adjustments? I mean, we could do discussion now.
Yeah, we're going to do discussion, yeah. So the motion's been made and seconded? Okay.
When did you send that? Oh.
So there was
About an hour ago?
Yeah, there was an email that was
30
sent out.
minutes. It's the most recent email for me.
8:03.
Could you summarize the changes, please?
Yes.
Please, thank you.
Let's see. Okay, I deleted, so the mill that the county assesses on this is 3.5. I deleted that because we want to create the district so that there'll be a continuation, but to assess the millage, you have to have a series of public hearings, of millage hearings, and that the finance department will walk you through, so I just deleted that. The county initially included their mill within their initial resolution, which you can do, but if you do that, then you have to actually walk this resolution through those millage hearings. So you're free within your right, and I will say that probably about 80%, maybe 70% of cities do not include the mill in the document. They just put language, like for example, the language I used here was a copy and paste from Avondale Estates. They did a special service district in 2023, but it just states that each year you will annually establish the mill. If for any reason in a future year you don't establish a mill, it'll just stay the same. There'll be no change. So what will be forthcoming in coming weeks will just be that series of millage hearings for this particular item. So I deleted that. I just did some stylistic changes to the wording, and then I converted the exhibit attachments, which are also in your email too. But I did have the map as Exhibit B and the parcel listing as Exhibit A, but I converted that. So now the map is the initial exhibit, and then the second exhibit would be the parcel listing, and the third exhibit would be the South Cobb implementation strategy. And the way this is worded, you're not bound by that South Cobb implementation strategy, but you can use it for reference, or if you just want to research and use that for the basis of any adjustments or infrastructure improvements.
As a historical reference. It's a bit aged. I do have a question, Madam Attorney. It's around the annual basis of establishing a millage. I don't think there's a date or a timeline in here, and I'm not overly troubled by it, but I would assume it needs to meet some sort of schedule or planning cadence.
Yeah.
When we
Yeah,
start
so
talking
it
about
has to be,
notification, going out.
The language I put in here is consistent with general law, so you're not stuck forever with just, a specific date. But your finance departments, they do this in and out. They'll be able to do this fluidly. Because you don't have a series of millage hearings for general property taxes because you don't assess a property tax.
Right.
But for this particular, it'll be almost identical to that. And finance will bring this back and just walk you through the requisite millage hearings.
Is that Director Ellis still back there? Okay. You hear that, ma'am? All right. And you're fine with that? Yes. Outstanding. Thank you.
Mayor, do we also want to clarify that this SSD is basically a continuation of what we had in place before with the county, and it's not a new one that we're setting in place?
Thank you, Councilwoman. It is new, but in spirit, it is a continuation of what we previously had. Even though we're striking the 3.5 mil, I think it is, again, the spirit that we continue at the same millage. And I don't know if there's any parcel changes in the map. Madam Attorney, are we anticipating changes?
Potentially, because there's a lot of parcels, and the previous parcel listing that we had dated back to close to a decade, if not a decade old. So I did reach out to the tax assessor and the tax commissioner, and I asked them to give us an updated map as well as an updated parcel listing, because some of the parcel numbers likely have changed. Some of the lots could have been consolidated, subdivided. So the information that we have now is the county tax assessor and commissioner's most recent identification of this current district as it exists. It's kind of like what Councilman Oladapo just said. The county is currently assessing this. So what the city is doing is just taking over that assessment. So this is not something that the city is creating, in the sense that the county is stopping on June 1st, and then the city is stepping in the county's place and taking over from that date beyond.
Yep. And also, thank you for adding the additional projects that the funding can cover. I do have a question about item, what section is this? Section 4, item C, number 1, the third item on that list, relocation assistance. Is this for residents or for relocating properties within the SSD area?
So there's clarification on this on the South Cobb implementation strategy. That was one of the recommendations that they have within. I have not looked at the actual strategy specific enough to that issue, but that does give you flexibility within those parameters and any parameters that relate to relocation assistance. Obviously, you'll have some limitations just because you have the gratuities clause, which will prohibit you from just directly giving people cash or financial assistance. But to the extent the law allows, you would be allowed, because this is in here, to do relocation assistance.
For constituents or for those who are taxpayers of the SSD?
Well, you would have to be a property owner within this particular district, because they are the ones who were being assessed. So the benefit has to go to this district, although benefiting this district, of course, will benefit the city citywide, because any area that you make more safer or improve infrastructure and decrease crime is going to benefit the overall city.
That's great. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
City Manager, have we done everything that we need to do to kind of continue? I see that the quality of life investments, and we kind of struck a piece out about the landscape maintenance and signage repair.
That will probably be managed by, I believe, the Mableton Development Authority. That's the Mableton Development Authority, and I believe Mr. Artie Jones was here. Oh, yeah, yes. Yeah.
Well, I could provide, do you want me to provide clarity on that?
Well,
Because I actually struck that out. I think he asked you why you struck it out, but I actually struck that.
No, I didn't strike it. No,
I'm talking on this document.
I think he's talking about the 60-year for 10 years.
Yes.
Yeah, he asked you why you struck it out, but I actually struck that.
That's not what I asked him, but yes, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I struck that because I just felt that it was a limitation that you may not want to have. I mean, you may not want to designate or allocate $60,000 a year for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it just gives you greater flexibility in deciding what your landscape and signage repair obligations or commitments will be.
Okay.
And the contract for that landscaping will come under the Mableton Development Authority for Management.
Yeah, that was a previous agreement that the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority had.
Exactly. And that's why I directed it to the city manager, because he was gonna go check to figure out if we could still continue that contract and all that. So, okay.
Yes, they are, the executive team there with Dana Johnson, they are aware of who provides the service. It was just a matter, in our budget that Karen presented, I don't know if it came out in there, but we do account for transfers to other government agencies, whereas before we gave, I think, $100,000 to the Mableton Development Authority. We are making sure that we can account for that. But then again, because this funds coming from this Six Flags district, that's going to be under their management, we may not have to cover that out of general fund because of this.
Thank you.
And then, so the other changes were, if you look at subsection E, I pulled that from Chambly, because I just thought that was a nice provision that they put in there. It's a basic tenet of the law, but it just provides clarity on interest and penalties. And then as you go down, I initially had the city council shall establish, but I changed that to city because city allows it to be more broad. So it can be the city council or the city manager. And it says the city shall establish and administer a special fund. And then the effective date, that stays the same. That will become June 1st, 2025. And the Cobb County yesterday actually adopted a resolution or a document just confirming that they do plan to discontinue their version of this on that date. So again, there'll be no interruption between this district service. And the final adjustment, okay, so I took out that the collection of the shall commence on August 15th, 2025. One, because we have to have the millage hearing, so there's just a little bit of work that we have to do before that goes in, or before we're able to put a commencement date. And then I just added language here too. I think this was from Brookhaven, because Brookhaven did a similar in 2021 that they then updated in 24. And it just says the district shall remain in full force and effect until the city council repeals or otherwise modifies the district. So those are the totality of the changes. The request would be approval and adoption of this item tonight.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. I'll just make note from looking through the South Cobb implementation strategy. When they mention relocation, it says verbatim, these monies can be used for a wide range of activities, including acquisition of property, relocation and demolition, rehabilitation of residential and non-residential structure, construction of public facilities, and improvements and activities related to energy conservation. So relocation in this context almost means relocation of a structure. In lieu of relocation of people or relocation assistance, this is really talking about infrastructure related. Okay, council, any other discussion on this? No? All right, I think we're at a point to call the question and vote. Yes? All right, we'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of approval of resolution creating a special Six Flags area special service district for the provisions of local government services, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. All right, we have no other business or discussion on the agenda as it states right now, so we'll go right into the comments. Mr. Manager, do you have any comments for tonight?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. One for sure, we would like to ask the mayor that we could go into executive session for the purpose of real estate personnel litigation. And then, let's see here, I want to pull this up. Actually congratulate our city, this council, for their first fully processed zoning matter from application and to council planning commission, staff, and council approval. To me, that was a milestone. You think about, we set out to have goals, get services established. Y'all heard of zoning matter this evening. And we also have of course, all the waste and ordinance, all the stuff that's coming forth now, just all the cities come full circle. Just want to congratulate you that you finally had your first one, and I think it went relatively well.
Thank you, sir.
Also want to thank our finance, that was the second piece, the budget adoption. To have budget adoption, transition services, and service delivery. Now, I know all three of those tonight will probably get somewhat addressed, and so wanted to take a moment to council, not take it lightly what y'all have achieved without a transition team. Still very impressive. No matter how painful it has been, it's something to stop and pause and say, great job.
We're getting there, sir. Step after step after step, we are getting there. Thank you for the acknowledgement, though. Madam Clerk.
No comments.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Attorney.
No comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Davis.
Yes, briefly, but first want to congratulate Allison for her 1-year work anniversary. And on a kind of somber note, yesterday, 2 days ago, time flies, we celebrated Memorial Day, and I didn't get a chance to say anything on Facebook or anything like that, but just to let everybody know who served, who has people who have served, including myself, who father and cousins and all that, in-laws, are still serving. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. And I hope that as we progress this city, as Mr. Tank said, we did this without a transition team, and it's coming along. I just say kudos to everyone who's been a part of this process. And with that being said, have a great night, great week, and we'll see you here next time at the next meeting.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Oladapo.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just like Councilman Davis just said, well, actually, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I know it's almost 9 p.m., so we appreciate you hanging on. I'm going to make this very briefly. I hope you had a thoughtful and restful Memorial Day. This holiday was one that holds very personal meaning for me because my younger brother, at a very young age, served in the U.S. Navy, and I'm glad he was able to come back home to us. But I do want to thank everyone who has served, all of our friends on the council, our residents. But this is a time to remember those who gave their lives for our freedom and to carry forward their legacy by continuing to support and strengthen our communities. So I hope we can continue to honor their memory, not just in words, but through the way that we live, we lead, and serve one another. And also, I want to take a moment to celebrate a very special group in our community, our graduates. If you have been, actually a round of applause.
If you have been on social media on Nextdoor, I see pictures and pictures and pictures of our graduates, and it makes me so happy to see that. And from our little ones who are graduating kindergarten to our high schoolers, our college or trade school graduates, I just want to congratulate each and every one of you. And you all are just the future and next generation leaders of Mableton, and we are absolutely cheering you on along the way, and we're so proud of you and your accomplishments. And congratulations to Bethany. I was going to congratulate her, but I think she left, right? Yeah.
Eighth grade, but she left.
She was gone.
She dismissed.
All right, and lastly, I just want to highlight some events that are coming up as Mableton turns 2. On Thursday, tomorrow, we have the Mableton Classic Golf Tournament, and that is happening at 8 a.m. Ooh, bright and early. And also on Friday, we have the Living Legend Seniors Brunch. That is from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. I'm absolutely looking forward to that. It's happening at Mableton Banquet Hall at 6116 Mableton Parkway. And on Saturday, to wrap it up, we have the Mableton Day Festival and Fun Run. That is also starting at the Crack of Dawn at 9 a.m. And then the rest of the day to have fun and get together, eat some good food, and just be together as a community. And lastly, Keep Cobb Beautiful is hosting a mile cleanup right here on Riverside Parkway in City View on June 14th at 10 a.m. I hope to see you all there. I'm sure you all are tired of seeing dirt on the road. So please, if you're able to, come out so we can keep Mableton beautiful. Thank you all so much, and I hope you have a great rest of your night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jessica.
So I'll be brief.
Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming out. Really appreciate you taking the time to be here. Memorial Day, you mentioned Memorial Day. I hope everyone had a great Memorial Day weekend. You had a chance to spend it with your family and your friends, but more importantly, honor the brave men and women who have sacrificed their lives for this country. Throughout my 30-year military career, I've had a profound honor of serving alongside some extraordinary men and women, some of whom never came home. They were more than soldiers to me. They were my friends, my mentors, and some family members. Their courage and selflessness made it possible for us to live in this country where we can speak freely and pursue the lives that we choose. And so their service was never about applause. It was about duty. It was about love for country and for community and for people they would never even meet. And so we must never forget the weight of that sacrifice and the cost of that freedom that they gave to us. As far as service delivery strategy, last week we had a meeting with Cobb County to negotiate SDS strategy for police and transportation. It was long, intense, and at times difficult at the negotiation table discussing the cost of those services. We know that they are complex and require careful deliberation, but I want to assure you that everyone representing the city of Mableton showed up with clear and unified purpose to advocate fiercely for what is in the best interest of our residents. We are committed to achieving outcomes that are both reasonable and fair, nothing more, nothing less, and we will stand firm on what is just and equitable for our residents. That means ensuring that the services that you receive reflect the value of your tax dollars and that our city's needs are not only heard but respected in that process. For us, transparency is key, and we have emphasized the importance of receiving the full and accurate financial data. Without clear numbers, we cannot make informed decisions, and we will not agree to anything blindly. We owe it to you, the residents, to do our due diligence. You elected us to lead with integrity, wisdom, and courage, and that is exactly what we intend to do. These negotiations directly impact how our city functions, how tax dollars are spent, and how your quality of life is protected. We take that responsibility seriously, and we will not compromise when it comes to what is right for Mableton. Thank you for trusting us. We will keep you informed as we move forward. And the Cobb County, please do the right thing. Congratulations to our graduates. I won't repeat what you've already said. Pebblebrook High School is in my district. I also have a couple elementary schools and some young children, some schools there. And so we just want to thank them and congratulations. We know they're going to go off and do some great things, and we just appreciate it, and we hope that you come back into our community and do some more great things. I'd like to take a moment to highlight this summer reading program. As you can see, it's necessary and needed. 69% of fourth graders are reading below our grade level. 68% of those eighth graders are reading below grade level. This is the 8-week program that will take place June 7th to July 26th. Parents, you can't have any more than 2 absences, and the cost for parents monthly will be $15. This curriculum is online and in person. They do need tutors, so if you know any high school students or anyone that wants to tutor, the pay is $15. And I'd like to commend the Kiwanis Club of Greater South Cobb, as well as partner State Farm, Grace of God Christian Academy, and Premier Martial Arts for their commitment to education and literacy. And if you want more information, there's a QR code there. You can scan that for more information. I won't repeat this, but Mableton is turning 2. So we've accomplished so much during these past 2 years. I'm really proud of all of the accomplishments that we've made. It's not just about the ceremonial stuff and ribbon cutting, so much more than that. I'd actually like to see a document of all the stuff that we've accomplished, because it's been a lot. And so we would like for you to come out and attend the festivities. It's all weekend long. And lastly, I had to mention this. So last Tuesday, I received a text from Councilman Ferguson asking me to meet with him and the mayor on Thursday. Now, mind you, I had no idea what the meeting was about. And if you know TJ, then you'll understand.
And if you know Keisha, then you understand.
Well, I was a little apprehensive. I showed up on Thursday expecting a routine discussion about city business and transitioning services. But unbeknownst to me, that wasn't what it was about. I walked into something entirely unexpected. The meeting began like any other, with updates and discussions about just city business, and then it pivoted. They started talking about the importance of leadership and how they needed me to step up as a leader. Now, you can imagine the look on my face. Then all of a sudden, the doors open and walks in Sonia Grant with Cobb Works, Councilman Ferguson's daughter Bethany, and a few other staff members. And they were holding signs in a gift bag, and I still had no clue what was going on.
And she was so mad.
I was so mad, yes. They said, we need you to lead because you've been accepted into the 2025-26 Cobb Leadership Program. Of course, I was floored. I almost went into an ugly cry. In utter disbelief, it was the last thing I expected, and anyone who knows me knows that I don't like surprises, but this one actually made my entire day, and it was exactly the encouragement that I didn't know that I needed. So I want to take the opportunity to thank the mayor, Councilman Ferguson, Sonia Grant, Bethany, and all the staff who was there. I'm truly honored to be a part of the program, and I appreciate it, and thank you all for choosing me.
Congratulations.
That's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Ogg?
No comment, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Ferguson?
Yes, so of course, we're at the bottom and everything's been said and all that sort of thing. So I'm going to keep this very, very brief. I spoke a couple months ago, about the need for us as a people to be mindful of our mental health, specifically men. And I'm happy to advertise one of our first initiatives. I'm looking for all the men of Mableton and beyond to join me on a 2-mile, or should I say a 1-hour walk and chat with friends. We will start at the Floyd Road Bike Depot on 14 June at 8 a.m. And we're going to start this journey together. Please, if you know men that are in the district, out the district, in the city, out the city, I don't care where they're coming from, let's bring them. And the mayor will be there, city manager will be there, several others have said that they will be there. I actually used to run before I was fat with a group called Black Men Run, and I've reached out to them, and they plan to be there in full force. So it's just a good time. And it's a good time for us to all to get together and for you all to see people that are doing and having the same struggles that you have. And we're ready to talk about it. And we're ready to no longer struggle in silence. So, again, there's a bunch of other events that are being planned. I will tell you, and Ms. Jasmine will say that I am the worst at planning something. So if you have other ideas of events that we could do, should do within the city, within the area, bring them on. Let us know. Let me know. Because I'm not the end-all, be-all. I'm not the one that knows everything. Again, I pointed out, and the Mableton Pastors Coalition will also be hanging out with us, and they've graciously said that they will show up. So, because as the flyer states, men need men to do life with. So don't suffer in silence. I'm not even going to talk about the service delivery thing. I think it's a load of stuff. And it upsets me where we are right now. So I'll wait for us to go and be able to talk about that later. But I am very, very pleased with the people that you see in front of you for getting the deal done that we got done, for what I understood the deal to be, but we'll talk about that later. But we got the county to come down from their initial foolishness and having them realize and having everybody realize this whole double taxation sort of situation and what that really meant. And I'm very pleased with this council, the city manager and the city attorney for what we were able to get accomplished. So before I say something that's going to get me in trouble, I'm going to stop talking. Thank you all for being here tonight, and I look forward to continuing to serve and for us to continue building this city together.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Herndon.
Well, good evening. As usual, everything that I had to say has already been covered. I had one announcement, and Councilmember Jeff Cope covered it already. So,
I'm sorry.
So I want to thank everyone for coming out. But I also like to mention, because one of my constituents, Mr. Graham Jagger, mentioned to me that when we acknowledge those of you who are here in person, we have a growing online viewership. So I want to thank all of you on the outline world. He just informed me that there's 19 people that are on looking at the meeting. So
thank you, guys.
Great. Thank you for joining us, and thank everyone for being here, and safe travels home tonight.
Thank you. A lot was said this evening. There are a few things I want to say. I will start off with Memorial Day. Coming from a long line of military family members, I cringe sometimes when people say Happy Memorial Day to me. I'm not dead yet, but it's also in memory to friends who are, right? I mean, people who I signed the same paperwork with, went through the same boot camp with, slept on the same bunks and ate in the chow halls aren't here today. And it is a somber time. I mean, it's great. It's the kickoff for summer, and everyone wants to talk about getting their pools ready and cookouts, but the reality is, as veterans, it is a little bit of a different meaning, because you do think about those that didn't get to come back home. So I hope everyone did enjoy that weekend, but I hope you took a little bit of time out. Freedom isn't free. Never has been, never will be. And so I do want to do more, though, than just remember it. I hope by next Memorial Day, we will have our Veteran Affairs Commission in place, and we can do something in this city, in the city of Mableton, to commemorate those brave souls who are no longer with us. I want to take a minute and talk about, school is out. I have 2 kids that are out now for the summer, but I do want to take a moment and congratulate our teachers, our administrators, all the staff, the principals, and of course the students who put in an incredible year. I want to give a special shout out to Dr. McGee, who after 20 plus years of retiring from Betty Gray Middle School this year. Betty Gray was a school that actually got their STEM certification this year, one of the few schools in the area to be able to receive that. And so she's going out with a bang. After 20 years, she's retiring, so I want to make sure to give her a shout out. But also a couple of shout outs to Pebblebrook and to South Cobb High School, the valedictorian, the Val and Sal of the schools. You know, there's a lot of discussion about schools in South Cobb, but I'm here to tell you that every single year, our two high schools put out phenomenal students and talent that get full rides. Millions and millions of dollars of scholarships are generated from these schools right here. And just to name a couple, our valedictorian from South Cobb, Ms. Okoro, had a GPA of 4.594, who was going to University of Georgia and is going to study in biology. The valedictorian at Pebblebrook High School, Justin Martinez Podesa, had a GPA of 4.544 and is going to the prestigious Columbia University to study finance, economics, and political science. We have some fantastic students in the city that is doing incredible work. Yes. For all of my academic successes, I am happy I do not have to compete against these young men and women that are graduating today, because these GPAs are just incredible. So out of our valedictorians, our number 1 and 2 each school, we have a student going to Georgia Tech, another student going to Emory, one going to Columbia, and one going to Georgia Tech. I think we were being represented quite well. And these are just the top of the top. There are many others. I went through this list to see schools they're going to. And so I'm proud of them, so I want to thank them for that. I do want to make note of this weekend being our second anniversary of the city of Mableton. Happy birthday to the council, to the staff, to everyone. We are officially 2 years into the making. And this weekend, you know, is coming up as what we want to celebrate and show that with the various different events. But I also want to include Sunday. Sunday hasn't been mentioned, but we have various different churches throughout the city who take part in the celebration as well. So whatever congregation that you're with, we are still taking other churches. If someone wants to reach out and there's a pastor or a congregation that wants to take part in that, it's simply you celebrate the city of Mableton in whatever way that your church and your congregation wants to do that. But we want to make sure that you take part in that celebration as well. Last thing I just wanted to say was thank you to the council as we go through this challenging time. Mr. Tanks has said many times before, a lot of challenging stuff we've done, but once we got to SDS, that's where the real challenges were going to start occurring. And I know that it's challenging, and we question how we work through this process, what makes sense. There's a lot of elements that go into this, and for those of you who had not read the official statement that I put out, please read that statement because I think it gives a recap. We are looking at being able to host a town hall to be able to talk about this in a more expansive format, so we can answer the questions of our constituents directly. I do think it's important that you know how we got here, what the situation and challenges are that we're facing, and how we look to move forward. We also want to make sure that people are engaged in asking those questions. I mean, the Board of Commissioners had a meeting last night where they approved these IGAs, and only one person showed up. It was Ms. Denny Wilson to talk about it. We had one person again tonight speak about it, which was Ms. Denny Wilson. I know more people in this city care about the future of the city and the challenges that are in front of us. So I'll continue to encourage you all to speak up, speak out, show up, about these issues. There's a right and wrong with a lot of things, but a lot of these areas, there's a lot of gray in between. But what I can tell you first and foremost is that I stand with the many residents of the city who have been paying property taxes for a long time and will continue to, and totally expect that the services they get from those property taxes will continue to remain in effect. And I will also say this, that myself, along with our council, have been very, very diligent in standing by those beliefs. But I will also say this, when it comes to a point in time to where the health and safety of the residents of Mableton may be put in jeopardy through lack of having an IGA, lack of having an agreement, we absolutely cannot put the safety and welfare of the residents in any kind of danger. If a deal has to be made to ensure that police services remain intact, ladies and gentlemen, we will find a way to make a deal. And I will echo comments that was made earlier. A $9.5 million deal is what has been brokered thus far, and what it seems like we may be able to agree to. It's a far cry from 22 or 23 million, but it doesn't compare to a lack of police service in the city. So again, from the time I became mayor, and I think I can speak for the rest of the council with this, public safety is number one and has to be and will remain number one. We cannot jeopardize that, no matter how hard and willing we are to fight on what we believe is right when it comes to taxpayer dollars. So with that being said, I will entertain a motion to go into executive session because there's still more discussion to be had on this matter. What do we do? Real estate, personnel, and litigation.
Motion to go into executive session for real estate, personnel, and litigation.
Second.
Thank you, sir.
Exemptions.
And any exemptions, including cybersecurity.
Miscellaneous exceptions.
And any exemptions, including cybersecurity.
Thank you. The motion's been made and duly seconded. All those in favor of going into executive session, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. We will move into an executive session. For those of you who will not be staying, ladies and gentlemen, we definitely do appreciate you coming out with us this evening. Look forward for the next meeting to have you all in attendance. Please be careful and safe on your trip home. Thank you.